Call the meeting to order on October 3rd, 2022 at 6 p.m. at the Town Hall, Grafton. We have three adjustments to the agenda tonight. My fault. It's a tough week last week, as we all know. So I want to add 6A, capital budget appointments. 6B, we need to send letters to all the candidates thanking them for their applications. And the final one is, again, the volunteer meeting is the next select board meeting, not this one, so that just gets crossed out. So if that's okay, I need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Come Rich. If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I'll give you a second, Rich.
A long day, I'm coming.
We have a few, you got the all set, Rich?
Yep.
We have a few minutes to approve today. So the first one is the minutes of September 15. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes as presented? If not, somebody make a motion to approve September 15 minutes.
And then to approve.
Okay. Second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next is the 26th, which was, yes, a regular meeting, yeah, it was a, no, that was a special select board meeting as well. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes? Good. If not, somebody make a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
So moved. Second.
Okay. And then if there's no other discussion, all in favor of approving the minutes of September 26th, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Minutes. And the last and final is the minutes of the 19th. Are there any additions or corrections to those?
I remember that one.
I'm not
We done at the special meeting too?
No, that was the last regular meeting.
No, they look fine too.
If not, a motion to accept the minutes of September 19th as presented.
Moved.
Second.
If there's no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Presentation from the BBCC.
That would be Sevens, and I have not heard from them, and they're not here for a presentation.
Okay. They requested to go on, I know. So, okay, so maybe they will show up.
When Bill called, I asked him what it was. He said that's Sevens. They were supposed to be here for a presentation.
Right,
That's all I know.
all right, we'll move on. Highway report. Yeah, Mike?
We are moved into ditching. It's kind of our primary thing at the moment. Winter sand is almost all in. We're gonna be pulling that in as we get our spare time. Salt is the other conundrum. Our shed has next to nothing in it. And I've been months trying to get a price on salt. Finally, last week I got a price on salt, one price, which was $94.40 a ton, which is about a $20 increase a ton from where we were last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Same provider?
We started with Cargill last year. We were paying 73 a ton when we started the winter. And around January, February, Danny pulled some from Appalachia, and they were at $92 a ton, I believe. That's who I got the price from, and they're the only person that gave me a price, and they're at $94.40 a ton. Cargill will not give me a price at this point. They keep telling me Monday. Well, I've been through 3 Mondays and haven't heard anything. So sooner or later, we need to put some salt in our shed.
And the quality of Appalachia was better than,
Generally, yes. It's a different type of salt, but it's usually much better. So my suggestion was maybe we put 150 ton into the shed from Appalachia and hope that Cargill finally gets a cheaper price, and then we can start buying from there.
Sounds reasonable.
You got a rule.
I just-
I mean, I think you have to start going. I mean,
I want to have something there soon.
yeah, I think you're right.
Because my fear is that we're gonna be in a long list of people waiting to get salt. And because I know I'm not the only person, because when the gentleman answers the phone, he just says, I don't have an answer yet. So that kind of makes me nervous.
Is it -140 a ton?
9440, and I figured 150 ton, that's only about 6 loads of salt. But that would give us a start in the winter, and hopefully we can get a little cheaper price somewhere else. Of course, Cargill's the only other else. So that would be my suggestion.
Oh, do they truck it or do you have to go get it?
They truck. It comes out of Rochester, New York.
And that price includes the shipping?
Yeah, that's dumped in our shed.
Let's put a motion on this.
I don't know, we need salt and,
I mean, it's in the minutes, for the price, I think that's the issue.
The budget, right? The budget, I mean, salt.
well, we figure on 600 ton. So that's what our usual goal is there. Instead of we can get it cheaper, we'll do that.
Okay.
So
Is the price determined by the amount we get?
it's usually distance, because of the distance they have to truck it, and trucking is what's really gonna kill us with everything from everybody.
I mean, we could make a motion if you think it'd be.
I don't think it's necessary. I mean, it's in the minutes, it might be for, so I think that's sufficient.
But there's no local salt.
Cargill is pretty much it, we're Barrett, and they have a depot over in Rockingham, though. We bought from them for years. Like I said, they won't give a price at this point. And just, we might be on a long list of people when they finally do give a price. I know I'm not the only person asking.
I don't think so.
If they're not giving us a price, they're not giving anybody else a price. I know the state filled all of their sheds, so the state isn't gonna be standing there waiting for salt.
Does it ever happen where towns get together and buy it in huge amounts for low prices?
Not really. They used to do like if you could kind of get into a contract with them early in the year, but they haven't done that in 5 years. Now they're starting to get competition. Said Appalachia has only been around for maybe 3 years. I think. It's been a short period of time. American stuff used to be in Claremont, but I don't think they really deal in big volumes as much as they used to. They deal more in the contractors. You don't even have a phone number to get a hold of them.
And what was the salt again, Kim, that wasn't so great?
Cargill
Cargill.
was not as good as.
They store it outside and it's always full of water. And doesn't work. But
Anything else?
that's pretty much it. Right now.
And you're all done with mowing?
Mowing's done, yeah, we're ditching, we're gonna be jumping around, we got some that are just non-existent at this point. We do have 3 culverts we're gonna replace. Getting Colby out there in a grader, so.
How's the hire? Is he doing well?
He's doing very well.
Good.
And what about the situation with the beavers? Is that?
That's never ending, but I gotta get a hold of Skip and see when he's gonna go over there on Marshall Road. And that's a morning routine. I get to go over there and dig it out the back of. So. See what he's gonna do. We need to get that done.
So you'll check with them.
Yeah.
And thank you for doing that tree on the turnaround.
Oh, yes,
Which tree is that?
35.
But
Oh,
Kim, are you gonna talk about FEMA or there's nothing to talk about?
Yeah, actually, there is, but we had gotten an email last Tuesday, and Bill got this and so did John and Michelle, and it was forwarded to me, but they are looking for a recovery transition meeting in order to transfer our case to the state for a closeout, so the 5% that we're waiting for. Probably the reason we haven't received that 5% is because they're waiting for the state closeout. This will be like a 15-20 minute meeting. There's a PIN number and all, you access the portal and just go over, make sure all documents have been signed through FEMA, which Bill and I have done on their portal, on the grant website. And I don't know what other questions they're gonna ask, but I'm hoping tomorrow to get together, maybe John will stop by. Bill said he's gonna stop in tomorrow and hopefully address this and make an appointment to get on. They would like to have this done by the end of October, as soon as possible.
Sure.
But otherwise, everything else has been signed. And that's all there is on that FEMA portion of it.
So this closeout meeting, is that via through the internet or face to face?
On the internet, it's a PIN and it's an actual, it'll be more of a virtual meeting. And they want one person from the team. So the team, I'm assuming, is Michelle, Bill, and John. So it'll probably be John and Bill that'll get on and just answer the few questions they have, make sure everything has been signed and we can sign out on it and get our 5%. And then we can be done with the July rainstorm of 2021.
And the stormwater mitigation grants, you said Bill was gonna come in, but
Bill was going to come in, but I've talked to him since and I pretty much, this had to do with the Hinkley Brook. There was 2 culverts on Hinkley Brook and there was one on Fisher Hill, right where the tar ends and meet, that he was gonna try for these 3 grants. Well, come to find out, the grant is through the Fed. The cost is more than double because we have to actually do the engineering ourselves. It's also a 3 to 4 year out before we end, which means the price is even going to change. So not only is it going to be more expensive because of the engineering, but 3 or 4 years is way, he said it'd be cheaper for us to replace the structure through a grant plug at the time, when the time comes in 3 years, if one's available, than to go through this process. So he wants to just never mind. Following up with these
Fisher
3.
Hill and Hinkley Brook.
2 on Hinkley Brook
Yeah.
and then 1 on Fisher Hill.
Excuse me.
So.
anybody else have anything on highway? Mike or anybody? Not. You have anything, Tim?
Yes, other than I just want to let you know that all the light bulbs have been changed. Russell did 3/4 of them and the road crew finished the rest of them last week. So all of them have dusk to dawn light bulbs in them. There's one that Donnie pointed out that needs attention, and I'll let Russell know, but otherwise they've all been done. Everybody's aware that the ballots went out. So, send your votes in, you can drop them in the lockbox or you can hand deliver them, you can hand deliver them the day of, or you can send them in the mail postage paid. I guess at some point I'll report the status on the town hall at another time. That's it for me.
Okay, Artie?
Okay, I have put together a possible list for the capital budget committee, which I will give you at this time, which would include myself, Kim Record, John Gregory, Cynthia Gibbs, Mike Faulkner, Colby Record, and Maureen Parker. That would be 7 people. Any questions?
So what you normally have?
Huh?
Is that what you normally have?
Last year we had 5. A couple of years ago, we had 7 or 8. 7 is nice, it's an odd number.
That was again.
Did you get all the names?
No, I don't like that fast.
You got myself, Kim Record, John Gregory, Cynthia Gibbs, Mike Faulkner, Colby Record, and Maureen Parker.
And I'd just like to ask a question about Colby. Is this part of his development plan? Is Mike, are you aware of this appointment?
I don't know whether it's part of his development plan, but I thought it would be nice to get some new blood on here that's young and in the equipment.
Mike, I just want to make sure you're his supervisor. I just want to make sure.
Yes, he lives here in town. It's a good thing to get involved in. I will get some knowledge of it. Especially if you're gonna be in the highway department.
Somebody want to make a motion to accept the recommendation?
I'll make the motion.
In a second.
Second.
You have any other discussion? Are you okay with that? You're happy with the committee?
I am.
Okay. All right, well, then, all in favor, say aye.
Right.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, sir. When you're going to meet?
I haven't decided yet. I gotta start pulling out last year's stuff and updating the actuals where we are and what's happened in the past year as far as spending. And I think we've got a new truck. I don't know whether we spend it. I gotta get with Kim and get what's happened in this last audit as far as expenses. And then I'll call a meeting after that. But I gotta meet with Mike, get caught up on the equipment needs. I don't know who's gonna be the lead person on our bridge. Obviously, I think that was Suzanne last year. Are you still the lead person?
No, that would be either John or Rich.
Who's going to be this lead person?
I think John was gonna make.
John? Okay, and I'm sure John will be involved in something like that, so. Those are the main things. And I'll talk with, the fire department and see if they have anything for us.
Yeah, we'll get a letter out to the fire department, fast one library, so that they can start getting their budgets going.
Okay,
Have a bill, do that, or get the money, it's around.
As far as the bridge thing, isn't it true that we're just gonna pass the information over? There's nothing really.
Well, there was
The
The letter did come in from the state with the revised plans or whatever, but I think it's, and only fair, it's the committee should take a look at that first, and then they can report back, on at the next select board meeting. Okay, so, the next item is, I guess, I don't know if we need a motion, but we should be sending the letter to all the candidates, thanking them for their participation in the hiring process. Is that what everybody thinks we should do?
Yeah, no, I
Thank
think.
you. For applying.
Sure. Well,
Who else would that would be?
the gentleman badge.
No, there's,
There was several.
Oh, you
that
mean
Bill said-
for,
yeah, for all the people who,
Bill said there was some by phone that had contacted him or by email that
we,
were just inquiring, but didn't actually, so he just thought maybe he should probably send something, but he wanted it directed from you that he could go ahead and send something either verbally, email, or written to anybody who expressed any interest.
yeah, I think it's a good idea. I mean, these people did, and you never know what the future brings, and, perhaps you might need, another application, you never know.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, usually if they didn't apply, but I'm fine with doing that, but if they didn't actually apply, I don't know if I would bother, but if you feel good about it, I mean, I'm not objecting to it.
Can we request that, they be written letters on our town stationery rather than an email?
Sure. That's what you're going to do. Sure.
I would say at least to the one applicant that did apply and came in for an interview, the others. For instance, on Friday, someone did call me, he didn't leave his name, and he had spoken just to Bill and asked about the position. And I had told him it was filled and, that we were gonna move forward, but I'll have Bill call, no, don't bother then. So that's an example of a contact that just had verbally talked to him.
So we need to close it out, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah. And what about for the highway? Did we do the same thing for people who inquired and?
I think we
applied?
did.
Prematurely, in my opinion, but yes, we did. I guess, you know,
And we should follow suit.
All right, so somebody will make a motion that we do this and do it on letterhead.
I'll make a motion, I'm sorry.
Happy with second?
Yeah.
Okay. No other discussion? So the motion should read, Wendy, that we're gonna send a letter to the candidates on stationery, town stationery.
Candidates who inquired and applied, right?
Yeah. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Right?
Right?
Opposed? Okay. The cemetery committee, there's, nothing, really new. Mr. Jones, has contacted, he was supposed to be, he was available. Last 2 weekends ago, John and I were not available, but, we are scheduled to meet with him sometime in October, and he will be back in town, so that's where the cemetery sits. Highway committee,
What about the strategies to review and amend the cemetery
oh,
law?
John and I, we're working on that, that's not completed. Highway committee,
I don't think there was anything. You know, we already,
Did everybody see that I did send out that we had gotten a new report from V-Trans on the bridge?
No.
No.
Okay, I sent it out today.
oh, okay, I guess I didn't, read
And
that.
it's 118 pages of the final report.
I definitely didn't see that.
Okay, and it came in on, the 29th, last Thursday, to Bill. So, I was checking emails and forward it to myself and then forward on to you. And they do want, any comments from the town by October 31st. So you'll see that in the cover letter when you read your email
that'll be on the agenda for the next meeting.
with some new dates and a few new figures.
Yes.
That email did not come through. I wonder if you think it's an attachment that's too big.
Okay, I'll try sending it again.
And that is the review of that's going to be the responsibility of the highway committee, is that right?
Well, the highway committee will look at it, I'm assuming, between now and the next meeting, and then we'll present it at the meeting to.
For comment, yeah.
So the final
Comments,
report.
whatever. Great.
Well, you said comments from Tom, and we're not at the point that we're gonna have.
Yes, you do, you have the actual, engineering drawings.
Right, but are we gonna try to get a public meeting before? That's gonna have to be done quick, right?
Why would you want to?
There's no public meeting. It's, I mean, we did that too.
So when you said comments from Tom, you're just talking about this board?
Just,
Okay,
right.
okay.
Yeah, they said the comments the town may have by October meeting,
Okay.
the select board.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at the report, maybe you don't like the color of the guardrail, or there's something you don't like that you can ask them to change, they might not.
I was gonna say, we really gonna have that much input, but.
They are pushing out the dates quite far.
What about the line?
Oh, that there is going up too.
It's going
Well, I
on.
think that's, the public needs to know that.
So,
Well, they
no,
will at the next meeting when it's presented,
so I can read what they sent, the little verbiage.
if you like it.
Okay, it just says, we would appreciate any comments the town may have by October 31st. The next step in our process is to advertise the project for construction. Due to state budget constraints and fabrication, lead times to procure structural steel for the project, the advertisement date is being pushed from November 9th, 2022 to May 3rd, 2023. Construction will be scheduled to begin mid-July of 2023 and complete on November 8th, 2024. Please note the contractor's contract requirements will not allow partial demolition of the existing superstructure during 2023, thus not reducing the bridge to one lane over the winter. With recent labor force and inflationary concerns, providing additional time to construct the project may bring more competitive bids. This bridge is within the town's maintenance responsibility. Therefore, the funding for this project will be from federal, state, and local sources. The funding split for this project is 80% federal, 10% state, 10% town. The current construction cost estimate is $5,900,000. including construction, engineering, and contingencies. Our current preliminary engineering and right-of-way cost estimates total $1,040,000, of which we have spent $858,878.97 for an overall project total cost of $6,940,000.
Just bear in mind, they're estimates.
These are estimates.
They're estimates. They're not precise.
We're looking at another 2 to 3 years.
Yep. All right, if there's anything else on the highway, parks, nothing, they're gonna come give us a presentation on the next board meeting. Personnel. Okay. Buildings and grounds, buildings committee reports. You wanna,
Yeah, process is moving right along. If anybody's been in the office, it's extremely loud and dusty. Very. They are sheet rocking tomorrow. They just went and got all the sheet rock. So sheet rocking and mudding tomorrow. They're waiting until Wednesday to actually sand the sheet rock, which is gonna be even worse. But there should be little to no traffic in the office on Wednesdays other than, no, I don't even think Bill's gonna be there. The listers are staying out. We're gonna try and keep as many doors shut as we possibly can. Once they finish the sanding, they're going to paint the lobby. So the lobby will get painted and down the hall and the ceiling. They said the next step after that will be the flooring, and they'll come in with 3 options for flooring, and we're gonna pick one of the 3, and they'll put the flooring down.
What color is it?
Pardon?
What are they painting this color?
All I told them for color was, I don't want sparkling white, but I want bright, and kind of like an off-white color. Something that'll look clean and crisp and match whatever. Our offices are all a green, a really nice iron inner forest green. Not really too particular, then I'd like it to look nice and clean. They did say that the shaft, they're hoping the elevator shaft actually will be here the first couple weeks of November. And, that's about it so far. And then put the office back together again with the heat pumps. And
When
then
they do the sanding, can they put plastic over your doors and stuff?
they're supposed to, they want to put a piece of plastic that extends from where the closet was or where Bill's door is right across. So it's just an open way, since no one's going to be going to the listers anyways. It'll just be my door and Bill's door. But they'll be shut and cover the copier.
And so they're not gonna be doing anything with the bathroom for ADA?
No. And they're gonna come up in sheet rock. I believe this gets sheet rock too, because this is the height of the walls here.
Bill had told me over the summer that where the heat pumps are, that, can't think of the fellow's name now.
Mike is supposed to do
He's
some
gonna
sort
put
of
a little something.
covering. Right,
My understanding was, if we do get ice coming from that, that's gonna shed that. If not, it may hit them
right, exactly.
and do some damage. Hopefully, we're not gonna get ice and snow anytime soon, but.
So you want me to call Mike Rodriguez?
Bill said he was on the schedule, he was gonna do it before the snow flies. That's the last I heard about
Okay, I'll remind Bill tomorrow to call Mike and schedule that.
it. If not, we should probably do something temporary or something. If indeed we're worried about damage to them.
Yeah, I know the, Brent who installed it, it was concerned about it getting ripped off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Were you making a list, to-do list for building, for the building needs?
We talked about
We
it,
talked about it.
it didn't really,
You spoke to Bill, I think. He's gonna look at that list.
Yeah.
Prioritize it.
we can,
Especially with budgeting coming up
yeah,
we can.
and possible with the capital budget and start setting some money
There's
aside.
gonna could be some information now to think about the fire escape stuff, too.
Yeah.
Stairs. I think that was probably the number one.
I think that was our number one too, and yeah, carpeting and, you know,
Yeah.
all these things that.
All right,
And Kim, in terms of the election being held on November 8th and the elevator shaft going in the first couple of weeks in November, how is that gonna?
They were warned in the contract that November 8th was out of the question for any type of work.
Right.
So they're totally aware that everything ceases for the November 8th. And if it's not up and working, I'll do like I normally have and just have a signage downstairs and I'll just go down and meet whomever can't make it up.
Thank you.
Anything else on the building?
So, Rich, on that list, we could get together,
yep, okay, that sounds good.
Kim and Michelle.
All right, I get some notes, I'll start putting together, I'll probably email.
Yeah, thanks.
The wastewater, we had the meeting here on the 28th. We had pretty good showing, I thought.
Yeah.
Kim, kind of gave I think, very nice presentation. There were a bunch of questions. And I guess, I guess she'll come back with some feedback, shortly. But, the process has started. So there was quite a bit of interest. What would you say at this point?
I think there's about 40, between 30 and 40 people. So it was a good turnout. It is on her presentation, the PowerPoint's on our website. And it's also been emailed, I think, to the whole town circulation emails that we have, the whole PowerPoint that she had. And I think they're due back every 8 weeks, I think it is. The 8 weeks they're due.
Well, the next is 60%, so I don't know when that's gonna be.
Yeah. Because they're not behind schedule right
Yeah,
now.
they'll probably be one probably after Christmas, I would say in January.
They probably did, I don't remember them saying it. A timeline,
No,
they may have, but I don't recall.
I don't remember.
I think
Yeah.
January they plan on being done, so whether or not there will be a vote at town meeting time or
Oh, I don't think,
whatever.
no, it will not be done by town meeting.
I think she said by the first of the year.
She'll-
She did.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure she did.
I'll check with her.
I wasn't able to be there. I was just wondering if the select board members who attended the public comments portion of the meeting could just share your take on what the public is thinking about this project, at least after 30%. Who, if you participated, what is your take on that? In the public comment section.
One, I did it virtually, fine, by the way. I don't know who. Someone had mentioned, but who's got the last say in this, or vote on it, just a select board. Don't know who it was, my sense is that question will be asked a lot.
Yeah, as a non-resident person,
Yeah.
that will, to make sure that they
Yeah.
vote.
Yeah,
And because it's gonna be impacting them as taxpayers. But the bottom line was, it's up to the select board to do a vote. But then again, non-resident folks don't have the option to vote,
yeah,
but that,
will be highly unusual, yeah,
So the whole process has to go to a town vote.
right,
Yes,
right.
yeah, definitely.
but I understand that, and that's not being taken away. He had a valid question about his input and vote as a non-resident.
As a non-resident.
And Phil's response was that at the town meeting, if the local voters said yes to that, then they would be allowed to. But it would be brought up as a motion, I guess you call it, at the town meeting.
Well,
And then depending on the outcome, thus they either do or do not have a vote.
well, what would actually have to happen is there would have to be a petition.
Petition.
Yeah.
Up
Yeah, I
until,
mentioned-
prior to town meeting, there would have to be a petition with 25% of the legal voters.
Because we
And
did this
then
for the
that-
winter.
And then that would have to be brought to a special town meeting to allow for a special vote at town meeting. Because you can't do a special Australian ballot at the same meeting, so it has to be one before and then do it, if it does pass. My question is, and we have to look into it, is can a non-registered voter file a petition to the select board? So that would be one of the only questions there as to whether, and then Bill brought up another point when he stopped in the office, that if non-residents are allowed, then we could possibly have to form a district. Erin made it sound as though she wasn't aware of the entire campaign for the project. She thought it might be just the village that's supposed to typically. So we need to clarify that. Bill said if that's the case, and if you're gonna allow just the village, then you have to have a separate vote for just the village, which means then you have to create a separate district. So we're getting very complicated now.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's gonna be a clear cut come town meeting.
No, I don't believe that you're going to have a vote.
There's a lot of things that are in play right now that's coming up in questions that we have to research. And my other question was just as myself too, is during the meeting, they proposed different plans. Who actually picks the actual plans? Is it the select board that picks a particular plan and then we vote on that one plan? Or is, say, if there's three of them, do all three vote for the town to pick a plan?
I think that when you're referring to the type of collecting systems,
The type or the
Um,
locations and things like
talking
that.
to a client bond, a lot of that will just dictate we can do and what we can't do.
Yeah.
You will not have a choice, you might have a choice, but you might not. You might have to only go to one type of system,
Depending on location.
depending on location, depending on what works and and the cost, because each one of these things has a different cost.
Right, yeah.
So, but I just don't, I mean, I don't disagree with you, Don, if you heard, but I can't imagine this thing going, being ready. At this time.
We did say that they would be done by January, but I think there's a lot of other questions outside of what they're gonna be done.
Yeah,
And which isn't.
I'll get a hold of her and get this clarified, because the timeline was never to do it this year, it was always the next year.
She said the 60% report would be done in January, but there's nothing about.
That's exactly what I was. Yeah, but not the whole project.
Not the whole.
Yeah, that's my recollection.
That's what I believe to be,
Yeah.
and that's what, but I don't want to speak out of turn until I can confirm that, but that was the original. That she had said that she would be back in January with the 60%, and they would know a lot more by then.
Also, the one thing she mentioned to the small group that they were talking after the meeting had ended, there are some particular questions that we had that she couldn't answer. And anything outside of the engineering portion of it that came into like a district and who votes, who pays for it. Those are more municipal questions. She said that she couldn't answer, but she wanted them in writing. So if she could get them emailed in writing, then that would then prompt them to be able to research. But without that, so it sounded like they needed to come from the select board, these questions for them to prompt a research.
So that would come from the wastewater committee, right? That's who would have that responsibility.
I don't know, it might be, it could be, it also could be the responsibility of the feds or the state. Because that's federal money and state money is involved, and I don't know. I think I just don't know. I think, we're just gonna have to, have a conversation with her and figure out what's going on, and I'll get back to you.
So the meeting was recorded.
Yes,
Yes,
oh, yes.
We have all those questions.
No,
I think only the PowerPoint.
only the, yeah, just the power.
And there's
I
some,
thought the meeting was recorded.
Bill did it through Microsoft, but it's not one that he can distribute the way
Yeah.
the program is made up. So yes, he can look and see what some of the questions.
So we can go back and review the full question.
It's
Now, as far as the questions go, maybe I misunderstood you. They're looking for questions from townspeople and us. Should we do something like put a request to the Grafton News to say, you know, forward your questions to the select board, we'll compile it, then we'll move it over to Taiwan,
Well,
or something along that?
she took down all the questions that she needed to for the engineering part of it, so she was writing those down. It was just the particular ones that had to do with the municipality that we questioned, that she said she would like to see those more in writing at this point, because they're gonna come back again. And it's open to the public to be able to come
Yeah.
and ask their questions.
Yeah,
So
more
Kim, it
people-
sounds like what you're saying is that the questions that had to do with the process associated with the town vote and what leads up to the town vote are the questions that are, what she says are municipal questions.
Exactly.
I'll talk to Aaron and I'll get
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
report
That's
back.
better, I think.
I also wrote down pretty much everything that was said, so I'm happy to make a list of the questions and send them to you. She also handed out her email address, and I know some of you have gotten at least one email from someone about this.
Pardon me?
I know that someone has sent an email to her already, and I think you got it and Bill did, about the location of the.
And back to your comment, Suzanne, most of the discussion was more on location. That was a very hot topic that evening. I mean, there was other questions, but there was a lot of discussion on location and the history of some of the
Background.
steps, some of the spots. We went over a lot of history of it and all of that, so, but that was primarily what it was.
I guess my take was that it's well attended for the folks that did come and a lot of nice questions. And, I thought Taiwan did an excellent job.
What was your take on the public comments, John?
Excuse me?
What was your take on the public comments?
Basically, I didn't stay for all of them. I stayed for about 10 or 15 minutes and then I went home. So I didn't hear all of them, but the ones where, the questions that I heard, they were asking about the type of systems and, you know, locations and things like that. And I don't know what happened afterwards.
Pretty much that's what it continued on, and we were able, there was a lot of townspeople that could give feedback on the history of the properties that they were looking at, and she was making notes of that and gonna check into it.
Just out of curiosity, the people that were there, unfortunately, like I said, I was running so late, I barely made it home, but, the people that were here, what was your sense? Were they people from what we're calling the district now? Or the outliers, or?
I'd say 50.
She has a list of the people.
Yeah.
that-
Yeah.
50-50, 50 from outside the town, in the village, and then 50 from in.
It's more of a mix than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
It was.
There was a sign-in list.
Yes,
Yes, yeah,
Would you
Aaron,
mind distributing that? To make the public document?
Aaron has it.
Okay, but it would be a public document.
I wouldn't see why Aaron would share it. Aaron.
Yeah, okay, I just don't feel comfortable getting in touch with Erin.
no, I'll,
Okay, if you would kindly ask her to, I think we should just have the wastewater committee people communicate with Erin, otherwise she's gonna get a lot of.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah, I'll take care of that.
That-
Okay,
Absolutely.
so that's the sign-in.
I didn't sign it, but I mean, everyone around, I know everybody did sign it. I think you were here, Sam, and you said, right?
Yeah, we signed with name and address.
And
Name and email, yeah.
And email there.
Right, yeah. So she has all the contact information that she can send anything to. That's what she wanted. She wants the more input that they can, that anybody can give, she wants.
Yeah, so am I now understanding correctly that it would not be appropriate for an individual to send them a question?
No, you guys.
Oh, no, yeah, that's on behalf of the select.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
No, you're welcome. And
Oh,
she
no,
encouraged that.
well,
Yeah, okay.
No,
Yeah.
she encouraged that.
For sure. Sorry, I wasn't clear about that.
So Lisa, do you have any input that you want to share out of the audience?
Well, one question that I do remember was asked whether it would be possible just to look at the drinking water and not wastewater. But I think Erin's answer was that that would really only solve one problem of the basically three main challenges that we have. And so that did not appear to be an option.
But as I understand it, that has not been ruled out yet. That they were pursuing both. But like Lisa said, it would be better to go for the wastewater and not for the drinking water, for various reasons that she indicated and will indicate in the future.
Sounds like a great meeting.
There was.
Yeah.
Did the group come down on the side of one location or the other, just a discussion in general about location?
Did they come down?
Did they agree, or was there a discussion about both? Are there just two locations, right?
Yeah, just the two, not the three.
Yeah. Did they,
But they couldn't give a whole lot of discussion on the second one because they haven't done a study on it.
Okay.
They're just familiar with it, but no
Right.
study has been done, so they couldn't give a detail on any of it.
Quite frankly, at this point in time, I don't even know if either one would work.
Yeah,
So that's preliminary, and then they have to go further to see whether or not any of them.
Very interesting. Okay.
yeah, what I thought too was, which I didn't realize, that the system SKT's got down there, there was a lot of talk in town, well, I can just put 8 of them, and she pretty much shot that down. So
Yeah.
those systems wouldn't be reasonable for because there's just too many homes involved.
But she wasn't able to answer too, though, when she says too many homes involved, they're counting everybody out here too, which when you look at the old tie-in map where there overlaps, there's a lot out here that are not overlapping.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
That's,
So that's where she said, oh, well, then, she misunderstood. I mean, if you took those out of the equation, but these guys,
yeah, you just have
It's
7
broken up
homes
into
in that high
4 or
priority.
5.
Yeah.
I think you have to just bear in mind that this is the beginning.
Sure.
And there's a lot of information that she needs to go and to draw conclusions after the 30%. I wouldn't do that. Let's see what happens later on.
No, we can always go, that's for sure.
Anything else on the list? Yes, Sam?
I have a quick question. Maybe I went over my head. Is how much maintenance is this going to take a full-time person to maintain this?
I have no
I don't
idea.
think it's.
If the water system in it is.
The water system, yes, but there are different systems that she presented, so I guess it depends on which one. I think, Sam, that question should come up at the next meeting, because I don't think we know what system she wants to do or do a hybrid of. But I know definitely, because I've talked to her personally about it, if you go with the water system, you have to have a full-time manager, you've got to have testing, and it's a very complicated process.
And you've got to be licensed.
Yeah, I think so, all that.
And then people gotta pay for it.
Anything else?
Not me, folks.
Is there any other business?
So Joe, Kathy may know more about this than I, but on Sunday, there was a rescue call that an ambulance was not able to be dispatched to. And I think this is
Who's ambulance?
our Golden Cross ambulance was unable to be dispatched, neither was Rescue Inc. And there wasn't an ambulance available from Chester either. So this is something that I think we should add to the agenda for a future meeting. Perhaps the 17th agenda is getting a little full, but perhaps the next one. Because I believe, if my memory serves, Kim, our Golden Cross contract is $750 a month.
Yeah, 7,000 a year, isn't it? Am I
Yeah.
right?
I think it's 9.
But I don't understand why they couldn't come.
So this is why I'm suggesting we put it on the agenda. Either Keith or Mies could come and speak to us if there is a concern. You may be familiar that Golden Cross and Brattleboro Select Board are in discussions, shall I say. And I think we just need to make sure that Golden Cross is gonna start Grafton.
Okay.
I'm not affiliated no more, but that being said, Keith can answer the question I'm talking. I'm not gonna ask you the details, but was it a call that needed immediate?
I don't know any of that.
Because I would think mutual aid would have found that we've had Springfield down here before, we've had, you name it. I mean, I think it kind of, I don't know of anything about it, so.
All right, so we don't know, so let's not speculate.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's
And
put it on the
if
agenda.
Keith says it's a non-issue, as Rich surmises, that's fine. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah.
Because we have such a large contract with Golden Cross and ambulance service charging on this.
Yes, I know mutual aid, they're pretty good. If there was something that they would have found somebody, I would, but, you know, I've been on the side of the road with a drunk waiting for a state policeman would show up either, so, you know, that's what that is.
I would talk to Keith and see if he was,
That's super, thank you.
anything else, any other news?
Yeah, when do we want to set some dates for, budget processing and
Next
writing?
meeting?
Do you want the October 7th to invite the library and the fire department, or you want to wait till November 7th?
No, let's wait for November 7th.
November
Yeah,
7th?
let's get the dates down on the next meeting, and then we'll get the letters out prior to this week,
Okay,
and have them, and then we can give them over, and they can come in November.
so November 7th for the invite, and then we can take it from there for the rest of our meetings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could we have rescue come on the same time as 5?
It would be nice, I think, if we had rescue, fire, and library. I think those are our three main ones that we like to hear
So
from.
then you want to talk about November 7th?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think 11,
Do it during the day, one night,
during our regular select board.
or you want to do it during the meeting, okay?
I think that would be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any others? Any comment? Go ahead.
You go ahead.
Regarding the traffic ordinance hearing, refresh my memory if a member of the public wants to send some input in advance, is that appropriate, and how do we do? Or do we show up at the hearing with our input?
Well, actually, I think Bill stopped in and he said that this actual, changing of the ordinance can be done just with the select board and not in a public hearing. So
Did we were gonna have a
I
forum?
don't know,
the
so,
public can have input to the select board, but it does not have to be a public hearing. The formality of a public hearing does not have to happen to adopt the ordinance.
well, it's not on the schedule anyway.
But-
Right, not yet, no.
Oh, I thought it was scheduled for November 7th.
Yes, it has been.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Or the select board or the
Yes,
public
for
hearing.
the public hearing.
For public hearing prior to the select
It's
board
made
meeting.
So that's, so, okay, so your question, if you want to make a comment, I would send it now,
So,
Yeah,
send a comment to the select board.
yes.
Okay.
Ron?
I want to go back and talk a little bit more about the short-term rental that we started to talk about at the last meeting. My sense was that because the thought was that because the state legislature had not acted, that you were not empowered to do anything. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that they didn't act, that empowers you to act. And it turns out that there is in fact a law that allows you to do just that. Because Chester is already working on such an ordinance, I went up and spent an interesting afternoon with their zoning folks. And I have copies that I thought maybe you guys would like to have to mull over and consider in the future for Grafton. Everything that happens in Chester, of course, does not apply to this, has to be kind of tailor-made to the town in which it exists. There's an interesting article in today's Chester Telegram about, most of the article is about the lack of affordable housing, but it also talks about this very issue. And it's very interesting to see how they're beginning to realize more and more and more houses are owned by outside adults who don't live here. But in fact, in a lot of cases by corporations that are just doing it for the rental income from it. Now, all that they're doing in Chester, and all I think you need to do to start, is registering. And it would require an ordinance that says you have to register as a short-term rental facility. There's a cost involved. In Chester, it's $300 a year. And then you're licensed. And more importantly, we have to find out, or you have to find out, who it is who actually owns the property. It doesn't, if someone's making too much noise, it doesn't do any good to go and give them a ticket saying you're making too much noise. You have to go to the owner. Correct. And then the owner has to go to court and either dispute it or settle it. I am told that here in Grafton, we already have a setup for issuing tickets.
Yes.
So that's not a major issue. They have a police department, but of course we don't. So there's lots of things to be considered as you go along. So you say to yourself, well, how are we going to find out all this stuff? And what they did in Chester is pretty interesting, I think. They hired a data mining company, something I hadn't really thought about before. And this data mining company surveys the internet and looks at all the ads that are being posted and identifies them as being in Grafton, and therefore has a pretty good idea of how many there are, and how much attention therefore we should share. Chester figured out that they have 8% of their abodes, so to say, that are short-term rental, more than they thought. I would be suspecting that ours is even higher than that, much higher than that. I have no personal complaint. There's an Airbnb or whatever you call it, they call them STRs, short-term rentals. So I'll use that term. There's an STR up the road from me, and except for Friday afternoon when they arrive, and Sunday morning when they leave, and the cleaning lady racing up right after they leave, that's the only impact it has. So no noise, no effort. They're pretty much self-contained, but that's not always the case. A lot of times people rent these for parties. So they'll bring in, and one of the things that is part of the ordinance is that it restricts the number of people you can rent to. It simply says you're allowed 2 people for each bedroom, and then 2 more on top of that. So a 4-bedroom house would be allowed to have 10 overnight rentals, and that's it. So if you're gonna have a big party and invite 20 people, that's against the rules. You get a ticket, and you have to go to court to settle it. There's also the possibility, and you may consider this on a number of levels, of passing a 1% sales ordinance here in town. Lots of towns are doing that now in order to gain some personal local revenue from all this that's going on around them. We know that when you do it online and you book through Airbnb or VRBO or one of those, they collect the taxes and submit them to the appropriate board, but there's no local tax here that's enforceable, and I don't think we've ever seen a nickel out of it from anything like that. So it seems to me there's a source of revenue here that might not be overlooked.
Why don't we do that? This is not something that we could discuss tonight.
I agree.
Why don't you give us all the information you have?
Yep.
You know, drop it off to the bill.
It's right here. You don't have to take it home.
Okay, let me take it home and let's let the board see what we can do, because I'm agreeing with you that we need to do something.
Yeah, it's very straightforward.
Let's see what we can do, and let's implement some ordinance or whatever, and see how it can be done.
Yeah, the real question that they found in Chester was, it's not can you do it, it's do you want to do it? And I pose that question to you as well.
Well, I can't speak for the board, but I mean, I certainly would like to look into it, because I think it is a problem and it can become a problem. So that's something that we can all discuss.
I'm just wondering if this would be a good project for Morgan to take on as a new person coming in, because it is going to have it is going to have some longevity till we reach a decision. I'm not saying it could be drawn out, I'm just saying that it might be a good project for her to take on the star.
I think that part of would be part of her job, but I think right now, I think she needs to.
Get feet on the ground.
Let's get it on the ground, and we'll worry about that as we go. Obviously, this will be something that she will be working on in the future.
Don, in Chester, did they have anything, about these short-term rentals in terms of safety issues with fire
Yeah, they,
protection? Did somebody go in and really look?
yeah, it's included in here, you can read it, when you take it home, but they include a $1 million liability, I believe. There is an issue about people using fireplaces and wood stoves who aren't used to doing so, who live in the town or in the city, and so there's a tendency to force the owner of the house to fully list out what the requirements of the house are. And then it even includes local numbers, which many of them don't, and even trash. We talked about this the other morning. What do you do with the trash when you're finished with a short-term rental? Well, in Chester, they were leaving it on the porch. Great. So now we got bears and rats and all kinds of things coming into town because the short-term rental people don't know. It's not that they're doing something terrible, it's just they don't know. So there's a list of the things that the owner has to provide to the short-term rental. This is, to my mind, just common sense. I mean, I use short-term rentals all the time. In Georgia, it's a state requirement that you have a license. I do it in Florida quite often, and it's pretty careful. You have to have certain things in the house, certain smoke detectors, certain fire extinguishers, first aid kits, certain things have to be available. And it's all listed out and it's done. Now remember, there's many further steps you can take, but all we're saying at the moment, or all this is saying at the moment, is register and apply these very straightforward, simple-minded things. Sorry. Simple-minded applies to life.
Everybody started.
This is a very important thing, and pass this thing out to us or whoever, and we will put it on the agenda.
We just have a copy of that in our mailboxes somehow, I'd love to read it.
Yeah, well, I can give it to you now.
Yeah.
All right, there's nothing else? Vote to adjourn.
And may I just add to that, this also came up in the wastewater meeting, because this ties directly into the wastewater question. When a single-family house has 6 vehicles parked by over the weekend, you can be sure that there's a lot more usage of the facilities than a normal single-family home would have.
Yeah.
And this is definitely, as far as the village, I think, a real concern. Looking at the heavy utilization of single-family homes for multiple renters. And so I think that it has a direct relevance to our wastewater situation.
I agree.
And we need to keep an eye on that.
And I did bring that, up to Aaron in one of our meetings, that the usage goes up with these Airbnbs because the house doesn't mind vacant for weekends or weeks on end. It's being used all the time, and you don't know how many people are gonna be in there. So on a regular, if somebody owns a house, that 2 families, you have 4 people in the family. All of a sudden, now you have 8, 9, and 10 in the same house. So obviously, the usage goes up for everything. Whatever. And something we need to discuss.
Don, thank you for that information.
That's great.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, so we have a meeting motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. You got that? The only problem is that Chester has its own.